Hello and welcome, everyone. It's been far too long. Please join us for another exciting session of Platinum Watch. I am your ever-present Dungeon Master, Walkmaniac, and with me, as always, are my ever-present role players. Starting from the left and running down the line of my Roll20 display, we have the Hawkabridge playing Trapit Docile in the Shadow Sorcerer.
Good evening, everyone.
Stormsage 13 playing Merrick Gilder, the Blood Hunter of the Lycan Order.
Hi.
Zodiac Zach 19 playing Rando Mishorm, the druid of the group.
I had a birthday.
Yes. Red Beast 13 playing Avok Korik, the group's monk, who also has 3 levels in Rogue.
World's on fire. How about yours?
And last, but certainly not least, Vexitol 24 playing Linsbor Reyes, is the group's artificer / ranger.
I just woke up and I'm scared.
When last we left off, the group had just made it into the City of Glass on the Water Elemental Plane, where they parlayed with the members of the Artifact Hunters from Eclipse in order to take down their joint nemesis, the Shardborn. After giving the Platinum Watch agents a lot of information that they'd be able to use in exchange for a weapon that was in Eclipse's possession, the Wardens made a precarious deal with the Eclipse agent for the item to take down the Shardborn. Upon infiltrating the ship and planting the crystal, the Shardborn ship was taken down and many of its members perished in the subsequent explosion. The group then made their way to the Isle of Dread so that Rando could face his challenge on the Water Elemental Plane to gain another branding of the elements so that he might become the master. They encountered a large kraken that attempted to sink the ship, but before it could be dealt with, a Leviathan emerged, killing the kraken in one fatal blow, and put Rando to the test. Rando expressed that he was seeking control of the elements, and the Leviathan gave him first-hand experience in how the elements are in no one's control. They are merely something that you beseech for assistance. After acknowledging the power of the elements and passing his trial, the group arrived finally at the plane of ice for the rest stop of this leg of the race. Upon arriving, they were given the option of backing out of the race before entering the airplane. 2 teams took that offer, but the Wardens stayed strong in their conviction. The challenge, the judge of the leg of the race went ahead and let the group know the trials they would face in the air elemental plane, as well as a challenge that would be administered by them on the plane of ice. Each racing group would be put to sleep, and they would have 72 hours to wake from their slumber, or they would be disqualified. If all members were not awoken at the end of that 72 hours, that team would be removed from the race. As the parties began to kind of clamor, a wave of energy was unleashed from the proctor of this leg of the race, and quickly, one after another, the group all fell into a deep sleep. That is now where we find them, amidst their slumber and dreams. So I have done a fun little thing for this specific session. This one session will essentially cover those 72 hours. As we all know, dream time and real time move separately, so this is just going to give us time to focus on each character, and then we'll roll dice to determine how long they stay in that state of sleep. Additionally, I have put each and every person in their own map, as I have recently discovered on Roll20. If you drag the character nameplate onto a map, you can isolate certain members on maps that are separate from everyone else.
This is so cool.
So on that note, Time to roll my handy dandy dice to see who we're starting with first. Okay. Pulling up my notes. Avok, we'll be starting with you.
Oh, fun!
So I'm going to go ahead and pull up your map. Now, unfortunately, everyone won't be able to see this, so I'm going to do my best to describe it. As the only person who it's going to be relevant to for certain instances is going to be Avok, but the rest of you will get a nice little bit of flavor text as to what the hell's happening.
You or Red could screen share it.
I can send a screenshot to you guys.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's not a huge map. It's...
Yeah.
Let me just save you all a lot of time. All of your maps are identical with exception of the things that are on them.
Yeah, there's another Avok here.
Oh my god, you're having your Dark Link moment.
Yeah. I must beat with that which I love most.
Myself.
I think it'd
Alright.
be funny if you trap it on the other end.
What
Avok.
Vex say? I couldn't hear him.
If he had to kill that which you love most, I think it'd be funnier if Trap It was on the other end.
That would be pretty funny.
Anyway. So, Avok, your eyes open. In one instance, you were on the ice elemental plane, and the next, you are now in this darkened room. As you look around, there is little source of light with exception of the floor you are standing on. It is a large circle comprised entirely of ice, but for some reason it seems to have some luminescence to it. It glows faintly, so it casts light so that you can see around you. The remainder of the room is just kind of blacked out, almost like a... As a shadow monk, you're well aware of many obscuring techniques that are available to the right people. It seems to be one of those. You can see in your immediate area where the circle casts light, but outside of that, the area beyond you is pitch black. There is just emptiness, a vast nothingness beyond this.
Okay.
As you look across this area, things begin to slowly, like as your eyes adjust to this very faint source of light, you begin to kind of take stock of your surroundings. This area is full of bodies. All of them are just cast aside, brutally beaten beyond recognition. And at the far end of this circle, you see a figure with his back turned against you. He is a towering Goliath male, standing about roughly 8'2", clad entirely in armor, with a mask pulled over his face. He bears tattoos of your home clan from Varianus. But outside of that, there are no distinguishing markers on his armor. His fists are drenched in blood, and in his hands currently he is holding a human man who is gasping and clawing at the hand that grips him tightly by the throat as his eyes begin to bulge slightly and his face becomes discolored. What do you do?
And I'm surrounded by bodies.
Just droves of bodies.
Do I see? Is there anything on those bodies that identify them?
A lot of them are beaten beyond recognition. There is not really many identifiers. You'd have to make an investigation check to notice anything in particular.
In that case, I'd call out to the figure. Hey! What are you doing?
You hear deep in the throat of your accompany a very low growl. Just. I'm dealing with something. I'll be with you in a second. And he begins to squeeze tighter around the person's throat as they claw more furiously at his hand.
I think you're dealing with me now. And I cast Eldritch Blast.
All right. Roll to hit.
Okay. It's at this level 3 beams.
All right.
Just double checking that.
So roll 3 attacks.
Yep. Natural 20 on the first.
Okay.
Second one's God, it's been so long since I used Eldritch Blast. I think it's plus proficiency plus charisma, right?
Yes, it's a D20 plus proficiency plus charisma.
I'm sorry, it's been so long. That's 22.
Okay, so a natural 20 and 22. And the third one?
Oof, that's not gonna. I rolled a natural 6 on that. That's like
that absolutely does
13.
Not hit. But roll damage on the first 2.
Okay. And it's been a while since I crit on an attack. It's
you roll the damage and then you add the maximum amount of damage that it could deal.
Okay, so it's 10 plus what I roll then.
Yes.
Okay. And then charisma modifier. 26 points of damage total.
For both hits?
Oh, no, that's total. Do you want me to give it to you separate?
Okay, this is the part that is confusing me. Is this total for both attacks?
For both attacks, yes.
Thank you. That is the part that I needed clarification on.
I'm sorry.
All right. He takes 26 points of damage as he staggers back, and you watch as his fist clenches, and you hear a sickening snap as the person in his grasp falls limp.
Why'd you do that?
You're the one who attacked me.
What is this?
He just throws the body aside. This is justice.
Who are they? Who are you?
I am what is necessary, and they are scum of the earth that I have wiped away.
What did they do?
What didn't they do? Murder, blackmail, treason, heresy. Just doing what needs to be done.
Who are you?
And you watch as they go to remove their mask. And you absolutely recognize the face as they pull the mask off. You are staring at a Avok Korik who is aged 30 years from your current age.
What the?
My thoughts exactly. Personally, I don't have any memory of this meeting myself.
This isn't real. This is a trick.
Call it whatever you want. Never really cared too much about questions anyway. Well, while you're here, and you've already attacked me, do you at least mind helping out? Still a few stragglers crawling around here somewhere.
What did they do?
Man, I don't remember being this dense. Okay.
Oh, the eclipse? Are they the slavers?
Does it matter anymore?
It does. I'm not just a mindless murderer.
Now, at least. I'm not mindless. I got plenty of mind on what I'm doing. And he begins sifting through the bodies that are laying face down.
Would Rita want this?
Dunno! And he pulls from his armor a link of chain and throws it to you. Ask her yourself. And as the link of chain finds itself at your feet, you find a bloodied wedding ring.
I pick it up.
He keeps searching through the bodies.
So, they did this?
One of them.
One of them. Avok looks around at the pile of bodies.
Not
That's a lot of
these
ones.
specifically. Sorry, clarification's needed. You don't know this yet, but you'll learn it soon enough. So I guess there's no problem in revealing it. Eclipse has got their hands in all different kinds of pies. Eventually you stop distinguishing the organizations and just start calling it all Eclipse. Because that's more or less what it just becomes. One hunt after another, a wild goose chase after another, following shell companies, mercenary payments, various organizations masquerading as one thing or another, and eventually you just get tired of distinguishing all the groups, so you just call it all Eclipse. Because it saves time.
This isn't my future. This.
Sure.
Do I remember what happened before we went under? That this was going to be a dream or something else?
Roll me a history check.
Oh, 17 plus 2, 19.
You think hard on it, and all you can remember is bits and pieces
All right.
of what happened before, but for whatever reason, like, you remember Rando passing his trial, you remember the plane of water, you remember why you came to the plains, but for the life of you, you cannot remember how you got here.
All right, so I don't remember the reflection. I don't remember the big speech
You
about...
don't remember anything pertaining to how you got here.
Got it. Okay.
So you're going to keep standing around staring at the floor, or you're going to actually help me?
Why did all of them need to die? You said someone did it.
Yeah. Well, let's just say it was part business, part pleasure.
It's not pleasure. We let Misty go because she wasn't involved in our death. This is about the leaders. This is about those who are actually hurting people.
And when does that end? Huh? Let me tell you something. And he gets, like, right up in your face. So you get their leaders, You take down the big bads. You bring down the organization. It's all at their feet. You know what happens then? someone else steps in. Someone else takes organizations and power and all those little agents, and they put it to use for more harm. And they do worse things than you thought possible. They do terrible things that the leaders before them didn't even fathom. And so you go after them, and you kill them, and you claim it's just, and it's righteous, and it's good. And you know what happens then? Another leech, another parasite steps into the role. There's always someone else, so until you kill all of them, it's not really done. And so eventually you decide, yeah, we're gonna kill all of them. Let's go for it. Let's do it. And you forget how long that's going to take. And after a while, your values stop really becoming anything anyone cares about. Because times change, and new people with new values rise up in leadership, and new people with new values take over. Before you know it, the values that you stood for, that the organization you signed on for, stood for, they don't exist anymore. And so you just stick to the one thing that you have going for you, the only thing that's keeping you going. Dismantling people who are really, truly evil.
Can I insight check him?
Yeah.
Avok is just... He still doesn't know if this is real or not.
Alright.
Oh, fuck. Insight. Oh, okay, I forgot. So that's... I rolled a 7 plus 18. 15.
Yeah. Every word that is coming out of his mouth is truly how he feels and believes.
And this feels like an actual interaction with...
This feels like a tangible being.
Oh.
Like, this
Merrick.
isn't some illusion. This isn't some...
Right. Merrick. Rando. Trappett. What happened to them? They're supposed to keep us in line. We don't give a shit about ourselves. It's never about us. What about what Merrick's planning? What Trappett and Rando...
Yeah, that's funny. You say keep us in line like we're some kind of animal on a chain. We're not.
We need
You
direction.
know better. We're the ones keeping the ship going. You know it. I know it. You'll eventually know it when you become me, and then I know it again. Fuck, time travel is weird. Okay, let's get down to brass tacks. Trappett. Scheming, slimy, smarmy, smug. You put up with him for a while. Because he's clever. Because his plans work. Because no one can think like Eclipse does except him. He outsmarts him. He outwits him. After a while, you start thinking, man, this kind of reminds me of Malcolm. And then that thought sticks in your head. You start watching him. Because that's all you can do now. That's all we can do is watch. So Merrick starts watching threats from the outside, and we start watching threats from the inside. And after a while, we start to take notice of things we didn't before. A bribe here, a loan there. Information finds its way into our hands, and we originally didn't question it. But you know too better now. So you start watching carefully and carefully. After a while, you start to see that this slimy, smug, smarmy motherfucker is playing both sides, keeping his interests above the interests of the group. So you start weighing that cost-benefit. Does keeping him around help Merrick's organization? What happens to the publicity when it finds out that Merrick's organization is working on the take? So you make the hard choice. You give him an option. Leave and take himself away from the organization at large, or meet justice. Well, he doesn't want to leave because Rando's his boy. It's his son. He needs to be there and watch out for him. But he's also not about to go to jail because, well, he's played that song and dance over 100 times across dozens of kingdoms. It always ends one way, him escaping and laughing into the sunset. So you make the harder choice. You tell him he needs to leave, or it's his ass. Guess which option he takes. And so then you come to blows and you make a pact because, let's face it, in a long-ranged fight, he'd have the upper hand. But when he's face-to-face with you, there's not a lot you can do to dodge your punches. So you make that pact as he's coughing up his own teeth that you're going to watch his boy. And you do. You are that stellar big brother that Rando always wanted. And guess what? The kid gets reckless. He's always been reckless, but he stays reckless. Keeps making dumb decision after dumb decision after dumb decision, and you support him until one day you are both in the shit neck deep, and there is no way out. Except one. And you try. But God help you, the kid's not as sneaky as you are. So you lose him too. And there you are with only one person left, and that's Merrick and his organization. And you try and keep contact with Linsbor, you really do. You really want to try. But he's Platinum Watch, you don't know if you can trust him. So you keep to Merrick's mission, you keep doing what he asks, and after a while his rigid codes aren't getting the job done. And that's how you get here. Any questions?
I hold up the ring. Who did it? You from the future.
You want the
If I
honest
was with-
answer or the fun answer?
If I was coming from the future, I would do everything I can to avoid becoming this. To avoid her dying. What happened, and how do we stop it?
She was killed while we were away, and the answer is I don't know. If I saw it coming, it wouldn't have happened.
And resurrection is not possible. We came back once before.
We asked. I asked him. He kind of like grits his teeth. Before he selflessly used the scales to bring us back. And so I asked him for one fucking favor. We didn't have clerics recruited at the time who could perform the level of resurrection we needed, so I asked for one favor. Appeal to Palace. Let me use the scales. Bring her back. He told me it wasn't possible because our request wasn't selfless. And so it was just going to bring about more bad luck for whoever got their hands on the scales next.
You tried to protect us.
Bullshit.
We both know how the skills work. He's right.
And
But
who gives a shit?
No, I agree. If Rita was taken from me, I don't care what my fate would be.
We would pay that price.
So you're fighting an enemy you don't know.
Again, don't know who killed her. But like I told you, not but 5 minutes ago, after a while, the hunt just becomes the same thing. At the end of the line, eclipse. At the end of the sunset, eclipse. At the end of the organizational trail and paper trail, eclipse. So it stops becoming a matter of distinguishing, and you just start calling it all eclipse. Because at the end of the day, any enemies that Rita had back in the old Platinum Watch days, they're dead now. So the only ones that still give a shit would have been Eclipse. And so all I've done is what was necessary. I hunted them down and made them hurt like they hurt her. And eventually, I'll either find the son of a bitch who killed her, or I'll have killed so many of these godforsaken fools that it'll have actually meant something for the people who come after me.
I'm just checking something on my sheet. If you're really me, then I can stop this, right? History can be changed. Merrick knows what Randall's fate is. But this doesn't have to be ours. After we're done with what we're doing, me and Rita will leave. I'm not going to spend my whole life fighting fighting Eclipse.
So you think it's that easy?
You're after revenge for someone you don't know. You might have already killed him, huh? What would Guan say? You're just like the person Guan found in the pit.
I am nothing like that person. That person he found in the pit was weak and blind. I am neither of those things. That person was lashing out like a child, angry that someone stole his favorite toy. I am on a mission, clear as day, with one end goal. Do not lecture me as if you've been through a single ounce of what I have witnessed. If you think it's so easy to just abandon this cause, feel free. Figure out what you're doing. Get out while you can. Take your girl with you. But just remember, they're not gonna stop coming for you. And eventually, when all's said and done, either you're gonna be in the dirt, and Rita will be in this armor you see, or once again she'll be lying on the ground bloody. And you're gonna don this mask, and every single Eclipse agent is going to scream your name before they go to sleep.
What does his armor look like?
You can tell at one point it was a lot nicer than it is. It's very worn and weathered. You have seen traditional sets like it at Suyin and Guan's monasteries. It's mainly traditional. Like it looks like it was utilitarian at one point. Like people in armies previously did use it, but over time it became just kind of ornamental and ceremonial. His, however, has been refitted so that it's not just like parade armor. It is usable. It's very lightweight. It looks like the armor itself was a set of ceremonial armor that had been retrofitted with kind of the studded armor that Rita keeps in the house. So it's been retooled to be practical.
And the mask?
The mask is an Oni mask. You are familiar with them, as Guan has talked about them before. Basically, in old Shingi's folklore, they were terrible demons that would spring from the netherworld to wreak chaos and feed on the fears of their enemies.
There is a way to keep her safe. What? If you're from the future, then you know what we're planning.
Do you want to hear the long or the short of how it doesn't work?
I'm listening.
You get what you want. The people who put you in the ground, dead at your feet. And it feels satisfying for a bit. And so you decide you've either got two options here. You walk away, start a life with Rita, maybe look over your shoulder every now and then. Or you help Merrick see things through to the end. So you decide to stick around because, let's face it, that wolf boy is useless without us. So we stick around, we do our part. Peace is established. For a time. But the jobs become longer, harder. You start branching out, heading to other continents. And on one of those long journeys away, that's when they kill your wife. And from there, it's a same story I've told you twice now.
I'm also just surprised I lived this long.
Yeah, you'd be surprised with a lot of determination and a good bit of anger will do.
Stubborn. We're stubborn. And if you're still that same stubborn Goliath that defied death, tell me how to fix this.
He grits his teeth one more time, because essentially this is the third time you've asked him the same question.
Fair. I'm having a little. I'm having trouble processing this.
And so he essentially just blows up in your face.
My bad.
I have told you everything that I can, and still you keep asking me, how do I fix it? How do I fix it? How do I change it? If I had the answers, I wouldn't be here. So I'm doing what I can. And so I'm telling you, either figure your shit out, or get used to being this. Make peace with whatever gods you listen to or don't. I don't give a shit. Now again, you gonna help me? Or am I just gonna get back to doing my job?
So my options right now are either help him or like stay out of his way.
Pretty much.
You. So these, all of them are Eclipse.
Probably.
Do you remember on the boat ride? Do you remember when we learned what strength was?
He turns to face you one more time, and you just kind of see this absolute detachment in his eyes. And he just looks down at you from his heightened position of a couple inches, and just says, no.
I take a fighting stance.
He pops his neck and takes a fighting stance as well.
Then you're not Avok.
More Avok than you'll ever be. And we will get to that fight in a bit.
God damn it. Oh man.
Time to roll another dice to find out what Dreamer will be dealing with.
Seen too many Persona stuff.
I am so gonna die.
One way or the other.
Fire.
Look at Red, look at the fucking bodies.
Nah, it's fine. There's no time to look at bodies. It's go time. When we come back to your character. For now, we're moving on to someone else. So on that note, with a fun little dice roll that I just performed, Trap It! You're up.
Alright.
So similarly to Avok, the area you're standing on is this large circle of ice that seems to have this natural luminescence to it. The area beyond that is pitch black abyss. And the only thing in this scene that you can see are two worn chairs sitting by a brick fireplace. I need you to roll me a history check.
Neat. Looking to modify right quick. Story. Get a 20.
You recognize this fireplace. The old stone brick and mortar that is affixed at the very front by the hearth itself with two metal statues. These metal statues are two owls the family crest of the Rumparlans. And sitting in this chair to the left, back slumped, posture unkempt, half-empty bottle in one hand that is trailing across the ground, you recognize a very familiar male figure.
Oh, no.
As his lazy eyes lock with yours, he goes, good lad, you're here. Wouldn't fetch me another, would you? This one's empty.
I think that's a sign you've had enough.
And I think that's a sign you need to watch your fucking mouth and get me another.
I don't think that I will. I think you've done drunk enough. I have perhaps a few lifetimes worth.
Fine. I'll get me on. He
Hey, you
throws the bottle into the fire and it kind of shatters and cracks as a spout of flame erupts there, and he stands up very unevenly and begins to kind of wander around the space before arriving at a small liquor cabinet off to the left, grabbing 3 fresh bottles and stumbling his way back to his chair.
Yeah, it feels like that's the most effort I've ever seen you put into anything.
Oh, here he is. My son, the comedian. Oh, and tell me, how much money is that going to bring in?
Overall, let's say it's more than you've drunk away. Sort of lost count after a while.
Oh, yes, I'm sure, son. And if it brings in all the wealth you're talking about how it's more bottles than I drunk in my lifetime, then by now we shouldn't be staying in this shitty house, should we?
Walker, can I roll to see if I remember getting here?
You can roll another history check like Avok.
Okay, because I'm assuming that I'm current normal trapper, right?
Yes, you are current your age Trappet.
18.
With an 18, you have no idea. You remember, like Avok, the water elemental plane, why you came to the rally, and what you're here to do. But outside of that, you do not remember how you got here, or how your father is alive.
That's what I was wondering, because, I mean, overall, I wouldn't... I mean, Trappet knows that his dad's probably worm food by now. I mean, he's an elf, but, you know...
I mean, you did cut contact with the man, so you have no idea what happened after you left.
But I know that I don't live in this house anymore, basically.
Yes, you are aware of at least that fact.
So I can piece together that there's just basically some sort of illusion, or...
You can make a investigation check to see if this is an illusion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, basically, I know that it won't be, you know, Trappet back in his youth.
Well, yeah, no, you are very clearly your physical appearance and age.
19. The Trappet dice is powerful tonight.
You walk around the length of this space, and despite you knowing that your ancestral home was not, built on top of a giant luminescent ice ring, for all intents and purposes, none of this is illusory. This is all real. Like the cabinet that he reached from, you feel it, your hand doesn't pass through, it is tangible, it is wood. There are even the scratches from where he would drunkenly try and close the cabinet and keep scratching it against the bar top of the wood.
Mm-hmm.
There is the chip in it when you were but a young lad and you were running through the house and ended up running into it. And by the fireplace, there's even the areas where your mother and father carved their initials when they first got this home. Every detail is exactly like you remember it, and it is very physical and tangible.
I reach in and grab a bottle as well.
All right.
And if I could say one thing for my life, as shitty as a father as I am, at least I turned out a wee bit better than you.
Well, I don't know about that, son. I have been keeping up.
What next? Did they reveal that you are another agent of Eclipse?
No, son. I read the papers.
True. I suppose my exploits as of late have left a bit of a mark. So how old would you be by now, anyway? So I know I'm... my late
Stopped counting after a
600s.
while.
I mean, you've got to be getting close to 800. I mean, you've held up very well, you know.
Maybe
tickled, shall we
876.
say.
It's been a while.
Sounds good, runner. You've held up a lot better than I expected. Oh, the alcohol must have pickled you.
Hey. But no, I've been keeping up. Some of your spawn decided it's part of their job to seek me out. Perhaps I'll have some insight or wisdom or what have you as to why you're such of a cunt.
I mean, I could easily, if they wanted to know, I could have told them. I mean, you did run off when I was a lad.
Aye, but you're also known for being a two-faced lying son of a bitch. So,
Gotta say, what the traits you'll pass down to me. Cheers. I'm just gonna offer the neck of the bottle just to clink to his.
he just drinks from his. You know,
You know, well, you go first.
for all the shite you're giving me right now, you ever once thought that you were responsible? Like, no, like, honestly, this is... And he puts his bottle down. Let's have a sobering talk. Alright? I get it. You're pissed at me. You revile me because I saw something and I ran, versus going head on into suicide. And so that lost us a lot of, you know, clout and prestige, and our house dropped from what it once was. We were stripped of the right of reincarnation as was our birthright by our ancestors. And you know, we were forced to move into this shit heap. And so, I get it. I wasn't the most conscious or emotionally available individual. But did you ever once decide, you know what, Trappet? I'm gonna pick myself up by my bootstraps. I'm not gonna turn out like my dad. I'm going to be accountable for my own actions.
Hi, I don't blame you for what I became. No, if anything, I persevered beyond what you left me with, which was nothing. Literally anything is better than what you left me. You left me on my 50th birthday. I woke to find that you'd sold everything in our names and just left. I get it after Ma died. You didn't really cope well. You didn't handle it. But how do you think I felt? Didn't have anyone either. I've wanted this day for 6 centuries. Just to see what you became of you.
And well, you here to gloat?
No, I just wanted to know why. I mean, for the first few centuries, I imagined killing you, but at this point, the alcohol will do that.
Why? Why? I'll be honest. I don't see the point in not being at this point. It was too painful. hurt too much. Being in that house, being surrounded by mementos of her, in addition to the reminders of my failure, and the distance between us that was already there, didn't want to deal with that anymore. It was too painful. I decided it was best to move on. So I sold everything. I didn't tell you because, well, you take more after her than me. So what could I have given you? What could I have given you that would have made an ounce of difference? I decided to take my gold and try and forge a path for myself. I figured, like her, you're resourceful, you're smart, cunning, and unlike me, you're brave. So I figured you would have been fine on your own. You would have figured your shit out. And maybe we would have never crossed paths again, and you could have gone on to have the life that I thought you always could, and I could just fade into obscurity like I already have. So hey, I'm already 1 for 1 on my plan.
I didn't want any of that. I didn't want money. I didn't want gold. I just wanted the love of a father.
Well, after she died, there was nothing left. My heart shattered that day, boy.
Mine did too. As it shattered the day my wife was taken from me. And the day she came back. And the day I had to kill my son. And eventually her. The greatest gift. And I suppose one thing I learned from you. The greatest gift I could give my children. Apart from a few coin here and there to make sure they get along alright. It's just not being in their lives.
So I guess, at the end of the day, it all worked out. Like father, like son, eh?
I think it was far from worked out. And you're right, at one point, I was brave. Fortunately, life sort of beat that out of me. I had to learn to lie, cheat, and steal my way to success. Instead of just having a scrape of what the others had.
Life is like that, boy.
As I said, I've wanted to kill you for 600 years. Have the chance now, just... There's no point. None of it matters at all in the end. So, which of your grandkids have reached out to you?
The pirate, the bard, the painter.
I like the painter. The painter didn't tell me.
Aye. So you say there's no point?
In killing you?
Aye. I'm actually curious.
At this point in my life, there's enough blood on my hands. I don't need to add another one. I've already killed more family than I ever thought I would even have.
He kind of shrugs at that and goes back to drinking.
Put the bottle down, Dad.
Why? Like you said, it doesn't matter.
I would have seen you drink like this. It's like watching you die all over again.
But you were never there for the funeral. Stick around. This time I guarantee there'll be a show.
So how did you go?
What you talking about? I'm right here, aren't I?
You mentioned a funeral. I'm assuming you died somehow.
You mentioned the funeral first, boy. I never said I was dead. You made the presumption.
Very well, very well. So what exactly am I doing here? And what are you doing here during all of this?
Well, just here living out my glorious retirement, and as for what you're doing here, haven't the foggiest. So you said your son wasn't the druid one, was it?
No, this is the one that it was given birth to or conceived, however you want to put it, in a hellscape.
Is that what you call your bedroom?
Yeah.
It's not the most inviting thing. I would have gone with Pleasure Palace, Fortress of Bonitude.
I have to remember that last one.
Nah, I'm interested. I hear things.
And what exactly do you hear?
That essentially your children are 50-50. You got half of them wanting to wring your guts, and you got the other half who will hang on your every word like it's gospel, even if it blinds them to the fact that you're, well, shite like me.
From the beginning, though, I've always told them I'm shite.
Aye, but you know they don't. Not all of them really believe that.
And in the same, trying to pass on some of those skills. They don't really want Rando to be as naive as I was at 50, you know, when you left.
Really need to let that one go, son. It's been what, like, a couple hundred years?
About 6 centuries, yeah.
Seems like a long time to hold a grudge. After a while, you just stop caring. I mean, you said it yourself. You don't see the point in killing me anymore. Just like I don't see the point in going to the front gates of the elven kingdoms that kicked us out and pissing on them, or going completely crazy at the guards that threw us out of our home.
What do you mean, threw us out of our home?
Well, you were young at the time. This is the only home you've ever known, but we had a nicer one before that.
When you married into Mom's family.
Aye. You say married in like it's a bad thing.
No, I'm not saying it at all. It's, you know, it
Politics.
makes sense. Politics, yes. Ascendant hierarchies and relationships. No, there's other fun things. So what happened then?
It's gonna have to be a little bit more specific than that, boy.
Getting kicked out of our home.
You know, was part of a major battle. Was supposed to bring fame and honor to the family. Saw shit go south, and so I turned around and ran. And they called me a coward, branded me a traitor, and then they threw us out on our ass.
Yes, I'd heard about your war record. But I don't know if that's the reason that we ended up where we did.
More or less. See, the fun thing about all that politics is that there is always someone scheming. There's always someone looking to fuck you over, so some enemies of my house saw a chance, they took it, and your mother paid the price. Along with you. And, I guess, me. So, 3 for 1, that's not a bad deal.
Apparently not. So not that I'm not thoroughly engrossed in enjoying our reunion. How do I get out of here? Not even sure where here is.
Don't know. Haven't tried.
Yeah, how long have you been here?
Not sure. About, and he kind of like peers into the fire a bit. 10 bottles?
That's about an hour then.
Perhaps. He takes one more swig and then offers out his bottle to clink with yours as you did with him, and he goes, well, to self-indulgent cowards who abandon their children.
Carry on. The silly-ass tradition. And I clink bottles with him.
Alright.
I am trying to improve, I want to make sure this last one at least makes it out alive. Maybe he'll be the first of us to be a good one.
So why don't you?
Why don't I what?
Well, you said you're trying. Why don't you just do it?
I am. The boy's kind of death prone.
I don't mean training the boy. I mean, you said you're trying to be better. And so I am asking you, why don't you just be better? Why do you have to try? Why don't you just make the decision and commit?
Well, dear old dad, why do you drink? Why do you run away from your problems? Because it's in our characters. I am a bad person. I will do bad things. But I don't want that life for my kids. I am trying to leave them something a little bit better.
He rubs his temples. Ay, little Tricassan, always hiding behind the storybooks. There are no good or bad people. There are just people who make choices. I choose to drink because it's easier. I chose to leave because I felt it was what was right.
Aye, and I'm doing some rather bad things because I do believe they're right. I'm making decisions because I don't want your grandchildren to have to make the same decisions. What I'm doing genuinely comes from a place of love. Well, as much as I can feel it and express it at this point in my life. I'm not running away or taking the easy route. I am doing what I need to do to protect my family. And I can tell you, older man, it's not going to be some stuff I enjoy.
Protecting your loved ones never really is.
Sorry, did you say hurting the loved ones?
Protecting your loved ones never really is.
Ah, that it isn't. You know, this has been rather educational. Can see a bit of a, for the past few centuries, I've kind of viewed myself as a flashier version of you. But I do see a bit of a difference in our actions. Done terrible things. But I do genuinely believe it's the best for my family.
He kind of nods in agreement with this. Make a perception check.
Okay. That's a decent stat trap. Oh yeah, that's cool. Get a 20.
You're kind of surprised you didn't notice it there before, but as you're kind of looking out of your periphery, as you're staring at him, to your left, back the way you came, there's a door.
Despite the hatred and ill feelings I've harbored towards you for the past few centuries, and as much as it pains me to say this, it was good getting to see you one last time. And I do wish you the best. Whatever life you've managed to eke out for yourself. And I'll tell your grandson you said hello.
That would be nice. One last question, if you'll warrant old man this request.
Aye?
Can you ever forgive me?
Trevor just kind of looks down at the bottle, takes another swig, sits it down at the chair beside his father. Honestly, it's been so long ago, I don't even know what I was mad about. Trevor just kind of pats him on the shoulder. That is another lifetime ago. We're both different people than we are now. It still hurts, but I don't feel the same seething hatred for you that I once did.
He kind of nods at that, sets his bottle down, reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a bronze key and hands it to you and says, "Be seeing you around then, lad."
Aye, and should you make it to her first, Say hi to Mom for me. I really miss her. Miss the both of you.
Be sure to say hello.
Aye. Take care, Pops.
All right.
I go through the door.
And as you turn around and head towards the door, the scenery begins to weather and deconstruct. You see the cabinet, all the liquor from all the bottles begins to empty, and the cabinet before your eyes begins to weather and pass as if time is going rapidly. And as you reach the door, you turn back, and the fireplace is worn and disheveled, crumbled. The flames are out, and the chairs where you were both sitting a moment ago are just framework. And sitting in the one on the left, with no bottles at the bottom of that chair, is just a withered elven skeleton. And as you pass through the door, you awake on the ice elemental plane. And as you look around, everyone else is still asleep, but you were the first to awaken.
Trappett's glad that no one's around to see him because he's actually wiping away a tear.
All right. Character development, yeah!
Yay.
All right, time to roll another diddly dice and see where we go. All right. Oh, goody. I was excited for this one. So, Merrick.
Oh boy!
Would you like to share the screenshot with the class?
Sure, just 1 second. Let me get that. Still new to doing this on PC.
Don't fight yourself like Avog's doing. I feel as though Avog has made a mistake.
Well, you have time to correct your mistakes. You're still alive.
Hold on, the token somehow got deleted. I'm gonna have to...
Merrick is in a glass case of emotion. Still... My token's still here on my screen.
That's not the token I'm talking about.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, hey, it's your character from that time we got isekai.
Hey guys, I'm here in the cage.
And Merrick's just eating chips.
Yeah, I got to mention door. I'm not using it for some reason.
I mean, Zach, accurate. Not really wrong there.
What?
So yeah, Merrick, as you awaken, you look around your surroundings. It is similar to everyone else. There is a large circle of glass that seems to have this luminescent glow to it, illuminating your surroundings. And then beyond the edge of the glass circle, there is just this pitch black abyss of nothingness. The only difference is that, unlike the others, who seem to have some semblance of scenery, yours is completely bare, save for a single rusted cage that you find yourself within.
Is there a door to my cage?
Yep.
Is it locked?
Now, what fun would it be if I didn't lock it?
Merrick's going like Jimmy a few times. Well, fuck. Anyone else there? Hello?
You
This is
hear...
supposed to be some sort of test, right?
Make a history check.
Natty 20 plus 5, 25.
The only reason I'm allowing this is because it is a natty 20 and you fell very shortly below the DC.
Ooh.
Of the people who I've listed previously, you are the only one to remember vividly getting to the ice elemental plane, speaking with a primordial who called himself the Reflection, and being forced into sleep. Until you, quote-unquote, proved your worth.
At least let Rando out. He's doing that already with 4 ancient elemental beings.
There is no response from the darkness.
And I can't see anything through the darkness with my newly obtained dark vision, correct?
You can see nothing. It is pitch black abyss. The only thing that is shedding light is the ice that is beneath you that spreads out in a large circle.
Merrick is going to draw his sword and invoke the dawn to attempt to project more light.
Okay. Take that hit dice of damage for casting it on your weapon.
Yep.
As you begin to like light up your sword and kind of like,
Oh, wait, I have the light cantrip. I forgot. Never mind then.
as you cast the light cantrip on your sword rather than cutting yourself and begin to shed light further out, you still can't really see anything beyond the radius, but as you're shedding light, you just kind of hear from off in the abyss.
Great. Being hunted.
As you say that, you feel something slam into the back of your cage. And as you turn to look, there is essentially a 20-foot tall wolf just standing behind the is pacing around the cage and just looking at you.
Merrick is going to put his sword in the ground so it's still sticking out, emitting some lights. And he's going to sit down, lotus style, and just look at the wolf. Hey, you fella. You me? And he's going to unwrap the bandages on his left arm.
Okay. As you do that, it just kind of snarls at you. Just, not you.
Do I recognize this wolf?
Not really.
Okay. Then who are you?
Have no name. And it begins to pace around the cage, and as it just kind of looks at you, it just... You smell of failure.
Oh, so you cuffed the smell of what?
Failure.
I suppose that's one way to look at. What have I failed?
And it seems to like lick its lips as it's like gathering its words. And it continues to pace around the cage and it goes, failed your faith.
I suppose I did turn away from Pelor after the bite.
Failed yourself.
Merrick doesn't answer that one.
Weak. Fail to lead pack.
I know.
And it just kind of snarls at you and it goes,
Why?
Why am I weak?
Why keep allowing failure?
A man once told me that we learn from failure. It's not a bad thing to fail. It's a bad thing to not learn anything from it.
Learned enough. Learned from watching. Learned from patience. From hunt. Failure. Learning tool. But allowing failure to persist is crutch. Weakness.
I'm not allowing failure.
You do. You still allow it.
And how do I allow failure?
and the wolf, like, for the first time since it has entered your purview, it stops pacing and just looks directly at you as you're sitting lotus style, and it goes,
Pack is broken.
So am
Allow
I.
failure.
Everyone in the pack is broken.
and it shakes its head.
Not talking about
And it, like, struggles with the word.
self worth. Talking about roles. Have shaman not healing, seeking death. Have hunter does not hunt. Have hunter on leash. Your counsel does not provide wisdom, only excuses. And your mystic spends time in self-indulgence, not enlightenment. And you, Alpha Pack Leader, allow them to run. Do not herd. Do not lead. Let them run wild. Not right.
If I collar them, they will resent me. If I pull them in with the rope, they will pull against it. Maybe I have been a bit slack on that. You're right. But I wouldn't force any one of them to do something I myself wouldn't do. But perhaps I have been a bit too passive in my leadership. All I know is the type of leader I don't want to become.
And what is that?
The tyrant.
I'm trying to think of a way to do this without like destroying people's headphones. It just, the closest thing you could assume it being would be like a chuckle. And it goes,
Good. Not be tyrant, but need be alpha. Lead.
and it cocks its head.
Understand.
I understand plenty.
Good.
And it begins to walk back into the darkness. And then it vanishes.
Okay. Be alpha, lead. Door! Open up!
And the door opens.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't think that would actually fucking work. I sheathe my sword and walk on out.
As you walk on out, you're still in this icy space. There is no way out that you can see.
I was kind of banking on that being the end of it. Well, give me a second to think. Wolf, are you here?
No response.
I'm talking to you, Wolf.
No response.
So, what's around me? Just the darkness and the cage?
Just the darkness in the cage.
I walk into the darkness.
Okay.
Do I die instantaneously?
As you walk into the darkness, it is, well, darkness. And as you continue to wander, you proceed further and further into the abyss until, as you look back, there is no longer the cage and the circle of ice illuminating your path behind you. There is just the emptiness. And as you continue further and further, you begin to hear whispers and faint bits of conversation passed throughout this shadowy scape. And as you keep going, the voices become louder and louder until they are overpowering in their noise. And as you press on further into the darkness, the noises quiet and subside, and then you hear only one voice. Come into the light, my son. And it is coming from your left. What do you do?
Do I see any lights from the left?
There is no light, just the voice.
I'm going to attempt to cast the light cantrip on my hand, on my left hand. And if
Okay.
it doesn't work, I'm going to just try being alpha again and just going light.
You cast the light cantrip on your hand.
Yes.
It works, but as you pass your hand in that direction, the light does not extend more than like a foot in front of you.
I go in that direction.
All right. As you continue in that direction, the darkness is still prevailing, but as you go further and further, there is a faint light that begins to illuminate your surroundings. And as you walk further and further into that light, it becomes blinding to the point that you have to close your eyes against the light. And as you open them, as you feel the light fading, you look up and you are on the ice elemental plane. And the only other person who is awake at this time is Trappit. You have no idea how long you've been out, but as you look around, you notice that a few members of other teams are stirring as well, but you have no idea how long you've been out.
Ah, Trappit. Had a feeling you'd be the first.
You and I being the first to cut, we're the first on the team, plus we're the first to stay awake. Nice little consistency.
I don't suppose if I cast guidance on anyone here that would help them.
We may be disqualified, who we don't know.
Fair point. For now, stand by. If anyone on this team doesn't, if we get to like the last 30 seconds and no one's woken up, kill the last guy, I guess.
Trapper just looks to Avok. Yep, I can do that.
Don't you dare!
I was joking.
We need the elixir to get to your panel.
They'll make it out of this.
I have faith in them. But just go with me. If they don't, I mean, I'm not too attached to Avok or Linsbor.
And if it was Rando?
Well, we had a good run up to this point. We can go back home. I'm kidding.
I just being clear.
Let's just make sure no one messes with them.
Merrick is just going to sit Lotus style, just waiting for the rest of his team to wake up.
Do you want to draw a mohawk on Avok?
It sure is tempting.
Sounds
Deck
like
of
all got a
cards.
better idea. We draw a shirt on him.
Merrick is already taking out inks.
As you begin to take the inks out, as your pack begins to rattle and make noise, you watch as Cutter sits up very violently.
You okay, Cutter?
I'm never doing that again.
You want to help us draw a Hawaiian shirt on Avok?
Yes. And he just immediately goes over and pulls out colored inks.
This is payback for the hot tub on the deck, isn't it?
It could be. Who knows? You know what? Yes, Avok, that was his nightmare.
Walker, how long was I awake until Merrick got up, by the way?
Sorry, thirsty. I'll give you that one. That was a good question to ask. I'd say about 6 hours.
Okay.
6 hours? Wow.
So there was a 6-hour gap between Trappit waking up and Merrick waking up.
Merrick had a fucking power nap.
I'll say this, Trappit, you can safely assume that you're still within the first day.
Okay. I relayed this. I look over to Merrick. Merrick, they have 10 minutes left.
Merrick just looks over at. I assume there's some sort of clock to keep count.
There is not.
Then I'm fucking rolling insight on that. With guidance.
All right.
+7.
I guess I need to roll deception then.
Oh, if you do that, then that's going to be very bad for me.
What'd you think you were rolling against?
25.
24.
This is a fun.
Really?
24 with guidance.
You begin to panic as you are automatically convinced that you have slept for so long. That as you begin to kind of like look a little panicked, you watch as Cutter takes out a pocket watch from his bag and click it open, and he goes, "Yeah." And he kind of like looks at Trappit, and he looks at Merrick, and he's like weighing his options. Then he sighs.
Trappit's getting the oils ready to start painting Avok like the oil paints.
He sighs, closes his pocket watch, and he goes, "We've still got about 52 hours left."
Chabot, don't do that again.
I just want to get your blood racing, lad. Now let's be sure to paint Avok before he wakes up. Get the feeling him and Rando are going to be up for a little while.
If Avok wakes up next, that's going to be freaking hilarious. What mid?
Nah, he just wakes up and everyone is painting him.
Oh my god, we can paint cornrows on him.
All right, I need Avok and Rando. I need you to both roll me a d6.
I'm sorry, you count. Roll what?
Roll what?
D6.
D6. Got it.
Did we already do Linsbor?
Well, I have a sheet here, and unfortunately the number that Linsbor is on my sheet is not close to the number that I rolled.
6.
The two people closest to it are
3.
Rando and... So Rando's up next!
Okay.
Oh.
This is about the order I figured it would go. Well, Zach, post the picture.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, I do apologize, Linsbor, about the dice rolls.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Bright side, if this is the thing that wakes Rando up, then, it's just a 50-50 shot between you and Ava.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm old. I need my sleep.
Although, given Rando's track history, with understanding his trials,
This could take 10,000. This could take 10,000 hours, and he still wouldn't wake up.
you could end up being next.
Okay, let's just bash me a little more. It's fine.
Do you want to post the picture or not?
It's
I'm
okay.
working on it.
It's okay, Rando. If you take long enough, you might actually get to meet your granddad.
Oh. I am sad now.
Wait, never mind. You'll be trapped in a ring. I forgot.
Forever and ever.
Like, I'm curious. Like, when we do the ring thing, will we
As I
remember
stated.
Rando's in the ring?
I am alone.
Accurate. So, Rando,
Uh-huh.
as you awaken, you find yourself on a large glass circle that has its own large circle of ice that has its own luminescence to it, and beyond that there is a blackened abyss. The only thing littering your landscape that you can see within your range of vision is a field of gravestones.
Fuck. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
What do you do?
Well, I'm gonna go read the graves. Because, that's proper.
Okay, there are... Hold on.
Did I do something you weren't expecting?
No, I made a list, but I didn't actually put, like, numbers or bullet points. So I had to actually count the number of names. 17. There's 17 gravestones in this area.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's your siblings. Sorry.
God. Yeah, so which one do you want to read first?
We'll go over here. We'll do this side over here first. So I'll start with this one.
This one right here?
This one. Yep.
All right. You go over and read the gravestone, and it says Port Bellows Meeshorm.
Oh no! Oh no! No! Instantly, I'm depressed. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna rush over here.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
You said this one?
Uh-huh.
Checking my list. Oh, fun! Malcolm Blackmore, the only brother I ever knew.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm gonna rush here. Oh god, Rando is freaking out.
Okay.
So right here.
Right here?
Yep.
Okay. Further down the list. Alright. There we go. Avok Korik.
I'm gonna go to the very top one right here.
Alright, the very top one?
Yup.
Roll me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Well shit. You said perception, so that's a 10?
There is a name there, and you can see it, but for the life of you, as you... Think like perception filter with Doctor Who, you can look at it, but for whatever reason, the more you focus on it, the less you seem to be able to read it. Make me another perception check. This one not at disadvantage, just a flat roll.
20. A ghetto 20.
Out of the corner of your eye, you see a figure just standing there amongst the gravestones to your left.
Okay.
What do you do?
Who's there?
Do you just call that out, or do you look in the direction?
Well, I'm gonna look in the direction and call out who's there.
Okay, you call out who's there. It echoes through the space you're in. There is no one there.
Fuck this. Fuck. Bacon?
Nothing.
Oh no! Shadowin?
No response.
Oh no. Oh no. Ah. Oh no. I'm alone again. Oh no.
I mean, there's still 14 more gravestones.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, sorry, 13. You've looked at 4 of them. Because you picked this one, so you would be here. So there
Yep.
are... to the right of you, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you still have not looked at, and to the Left of you, there are 8.
Well, at this point, Rando's gonna start freaking out because he saw his adoptive father,
Mm-hmm.
Avok, and I still can't read that one.
You saw Avok, your adoptive father, Malcolm, and you still can't read the one that's in front of you.
Okay, I'm gonna move over here. I'm
Okay.
gonna start reading this one.
Brianna Meladan.
Double checking, that's my mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm like, I think I know that name. It's been a while. Oh no. These are all the people I've come in contact with.
Are they? Because I'll guarantee you one thing. None of the gravestones you've said have read Headmaster Thick. So it's clearly... There is a common theme here. So as you look at that specific gravestone, it reads... Ahem. Tricassin Petric Dorlin Salias Rumparlin. And then in parentheses beneath that, it just says Trappet Docilin.
Oh no. Oh fuck, this is actually a really random thing. He is going to just go into the fetal position and start freaking out.
Make a perception check.
16.
Once again, out of the corner of your eyes, as you're curling up into the fetal position, you see a shadowy figure just outside of your periphery, standing there.
Does it look shadowy?
No. They're just shadowy as in they are obscured from view. There is an outline there, there's like a silhouette, but you do not see any distinctive features or appearances.
Well, he's gonna scream out, "What do you want?"
Silence.
All right. Oh no, I'm gonna regret this. I know I'm gonna regret this. Let's see, where is it? Here we go. So I'm gonna use my nice ability, and I want to talk to the dead.
Okay, which gravestone are you going to?
Well, I haven't found Merrick, so I'm gonna go back to Trap It.
We're already standing at Trap It. You're curled up in the fetal position on top of
Yeah.
Trap It.
Yeah. So the best person to get some answers of what happened, Trap It.
All right.
He hasn't lied to me yet. Right?
Sure. So you're gonna dig him up?
Fuck, I have to dig him up if I want to do that.
You need remains.
Go for it. I just kind of want to hear Walker try to do the Trapper voice.
All right, fuck it. I'm gonna start digging him up. Oh no.
Okay. I'm gonna need you to roll me like an athletics check.
All right, I'm not super athletic here. Let's find a good dice for this. Fuck. 10. Wait, or is that a 9? Either way, it's not a high number.
So it takes you a couple hours of digging to get to the coffin. And in that time, I'm gonna need you to make me another perception check.
19.
Okay. Occasionally, as you look up from this digging, you see that shadowy figure again.
Is it
Specifically,
closer?
nope. He stands over in the hours that you see him, that you do work. In the first 2 hours, you see him standing over this gravestone.
Oh, I didn't even notice that one.
In the next few hours, you see him standing over this gravestone. And in the last few hours, as you finally get to the coffin, like drenched in sweat and dirt and worms, you look up. And this time they are over this gravestone, but they are staring right at you. And you can tell they're staring at you.
Oh, no. Alright, so it was this one, and this
Yep,
one?
this one, and this one.
Okay, I was right. Okay, cool. Before I open the coffin and, disturb his grave completely, I guess I'm gonna go look at those graves. So I'm looking at this one.
All right, roll me a perception check with disadvantage.
Fuck. 18.
Cool, that absolutely beats the DC. As you're looking at the gravestone, similar to the one you looked at before, the one kind of in the middle to the north, you look at the nameplate, and for the life of you, like, you cannot read what is on there. Like, the more you look at it, the more it seems to be illegible. But as you persist and just affix your gaze onto it, the letters begin to rearrange themselves and spell out a name. Allurian Summer Song.
Lorian what?
Summer Song.
Do I know this person?
Roll me a history check.
Fuck, I knew history was gonna be... I need my boss dice for this. Here we go. Fuck! So that's a 2.
The only thing you know is that you've never met someone of that name.
Wow.
I had a gradient DC for all of this, so at least you didn't roll a 1.
Okay, so Allurian... how do you spell that?
Allurian, L-L-U-R-I-A-N, Summer Song, which is exactly how it sounds.
Okay. So I don't know that person.
Nope.
I'm gonna go over to this one and save that last one that I tried reading before.
All right.
There's probably like some kind of like code.
Roll
in each
me
of these
perception with disadvantage.
My boss dice failed me once. And they will fail me again. 12.
That's enough to beat the DC, just barely. So, as you read the nameplate listed there, once again, it does that thing where the more you try and focus on it, the less it's able to fill itself out. But after staring at it long enough, it begins to rearrange the letters until you can read clear as day. Alexander Stanton Graven.
I don't know these names. History. 15.
Cool, that just beats the DC. So as you reflect on it, you realize you don't really know that person. Do me a favor, roll me a D8.
7.
You take 7 points of psychic damage as memories begin to flood your mind of a human fighter running alongside you in the woods, a bow and arrow knocked as you are chasing a great white stag. As you continue to move forward, he reaches out and clasps your hand. The only thing you notice in this memory is that your hand is a lot bigger than it is now.
Who the fuck is this? Okay. Does he say anything to me?
He opens his mouth to speak, but it's inaudible.
Ah, damn it. Great, so it's somebody else's memories.
But you feel like you had a great camaraderie with this individual.
Who the fuck? Okay. I guess I'm gonna walk over to this grave where the shadow is.
They are no longer there. But roll me a perception check with disadvantage.
10.
You still cannot read it.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and go back over to this one and see if I can figure that one out again.
I mean, you already read it. Like, as you go
Okay.
back to it, like, it is still printed there clear as day.
Okay, can I still, like, try and figure out what happened, or how do I know, like, why this
Like-
person's here?
Make a history check? Yeah, you can do that. I'll allow it.
Nope. I can just tell you, nope. Don't know why I'm here.
Alright.
Oh, fuck, what am I supposed to do? Alright, trap it, let's go. How you doing?
Alright. As you arrive at the coffin, the lid is already open.
Did my internet crash, or are you quiet?
No, I was quiet. I said the lid was already opened.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that. Is his remains there?
You look inside, and there is a note.
Oh, no. I'm gonna pick up the note.
As you open the note, it is very distinctly Trappet's handwriting.
Oh, fuck.
Hi! So you thought you were gonna find my remains in here, huh? Joke's on you, debt collectors! I can never be found!
Okay.
That sounds about right.
If you want to find my real remains, you must follow these instructions. And then below it is just a list of crudely drawn symbols.
I fit it in my collection in one piece. Now you just have to find it.
Treasures in one piece.
Okay. I'll be like, okay. That's traffic. Good to know. I'm gonna put that in my pocket.
Okay?
Alright. I'm gonna look at the rest of these graves. I want to try and figure out who's all here.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and mark off the ones that you have already checked.
Okay, that's fair. Oh, Rando is freaking the fuck out.
So there's still 1, 2, 3, 4,
You
5,
and me
6,
both,
7, 8, 9, 10 more.
Okay, so this one?
Maxine Eileen.
Okay.
Just shrugs and moves on.
No, wait, look, dig her up. She might have the ladder.
Okay, out of game, I totally forgot about it for a second, but you know.
On the gravestone, it even says in the inscription, I don't have the ladder.
Mother. Alright, this boyo here.
Make a perception check with disadvantage.
What could possibly go wrong? 17.
All right. As the letters begin to rearrange themselves, it finally begins to come together and be clear. All right. The name before you says... There we are. Elias Pollinute.
Did you say Goliath?
Elias. Elias.
History?
Yep.
No. $12.
You have flashes of memory that are very clearly not your own. Unlike with
The other one.
Alexander, it is not clear what you all were doing or any of the conversation that occurred in it. The only thing you feel is that you were not so close with this individual, perhaps even considered a rival figure.
Okay. I don't... I hate myself. I gotta go back up here and figure it out. Because that's what I do.
All right.
I hate
Roll
myself so much.
perception with disadvantage.
Finally! Alright, that's a 22.
With disadvantage?
Yes!
Okay. As you stare at these letters for the longest time, finally hoping that they make some semblance of sense, they begin to weave themselves into a name.
Mm-hmm.
The name reads as follows. Win Salandrius Melodon.
Why do I feel like I know that name?
Roll a history check. With advantage.
No way. Is this Shadowin? No way. Alright. History. That's an 18.
Okay. Memories begin to flood back to you in waves. The first scenes you see are a much younger Port Bellows Mishorm laughing, celebrating, just having a good old time, and a young elven woman whose features are remarkably similar to your own, laughing as well, and gives you a punch on the shoulder as you kind of like shrug. And you all seem to be having a good time. The second image you see, you are just sitting in a tavern, as this very gaudy and ostentatious looking high elf with black hair and heterochromatic eyes is flirting up that young elven woman that with features similar to your own religiously, and she is not giving him the time of day.
Yeah. Okay.
The next flash of memory, you are in the Feywild. You are running alongside the man you saw before, Alexander, as you are both hunting a white stag. As you are running through this area, you look over and there is a woman running alongside you. She is elven with these bronze-skinned features, orange hair, like autumn-looking leaves intertwined in her hair, with a battle gown made out of foliage and leathers. And trailing a little further behind you is that same elf you saw in the bar, launching spell after spell, very powerful magics at this stag. The final memory you see is just you and the elven woman again. This time, she is holding a small bundle in her arms. And as you pull back the bundle, you see a small baby elf with light brown hair and very blue eyes. And that little elf grips your pinky so tight. And then the memory fades. And as you kind of like look up, standing on top of the grave is this shadowy figure, and their visage fades away. And you are looking at a elven man, wood elf. Freckles on his features, very short cut, dark brown hair, dark green eyes, like your mother's, with tanned skin, a lot of different furs and leathers that he is wearing as kind of this makeshift cloak. And he is carrying in his hands a staff, and on his left hand is a very familiar purple ring with black bands.
Okay.
And we're going to move on to the next dream. Time to roll some dice. Who's going to get lucky? Linsbor, you're up.
Yay.
That was fun. I haven't rolled that low in a while, so I'm just like, okay, cool. There we go. Linsbor time. Would you like to share the screenshot with the class?
Yes, let me get that. I had so much time, I should have already had this ready, but... Here you go, class.
All right. Linsbor, you awaken in this similar scape to the others. A large circle of ice you are standing on that has this own luminescence to it. Beyond that is the blackened abyss. At the edges of the abyss, you see a few things that stand out to you. At the far end, across from you, there is a workbench desk you are very familiar with, covered in small little bronzed trinkets and arcane devices, as well as a notebook open with very familiar scrawled notes across it, and a few personal letters on the table, and a few small drawings that look to be from children. At the far left of your periphery, there is a shield guardian that is standing rusted and deactivated. And in the far top left corner, there is a very old-looking great eagle skull. And on the floor, there are 3 dead bodies. However, they're not like... I apologize, this was all I could find for dead body. They're not like... just flayed out as mauled as they are here. They are actually like, they look very peaceful. They're in funeral attire. Some of them have prayer books laid on their chest along with their hands clasped together. Others, are surrounded by mementos. The figures are 3 very distinct figures. Let me pull those up real quick, sorry. I promise I had this more prepared than I actually am. I just have way too many documents open on 2 screens.
Yeah, it's fine.
There we go. The one closest to the eagle skull is a small, deep gnomish woman. She is surrounded by a litany of flowers, and other, like, tokens and memorabilia. The man on the far left, closest to the shield guardian, There we go. Is a wood elven man. He is dressed in a uniform, and has a few bits of memorabilia around him as well. And the last figure, the one closest to you, is a small halfling man. Who is in kind of robes similar to Rando, and is kind of surrounded by small bits of, like, forest regalia, a set of horns, some nice sprigs of mistletoe, a few trinkets here and there.
Oh boy. So, do I recognize these bodies?
You do. The deep gnomish woman, granted, looks a lot younger now than when she was laid to rest. But you remember exactly how she looked when you first met, and this is her. You are looking at the very alluring for a deep gnome form of Finbus. And as you look over at the elven man, you realize that is your old mentor and teacher, Asun Turan. And the halfling individual laying to your right as well is Reed Thorngate. Thorngage.
Son of a frick. I had a feeling you'd pull these on me. I wasn't expecting all three at once. Okay.
Well, where's the fun in just one at a time?
I know. Okay. Well, the first one. Are they just like laying out in the open? Not even are they like caskets or something? Just
they're
laying on the
not
floor?
caskets. They are just kind of like laying out in the open. Each of them is kind of like on an elevated slab of ice, though. Like, so unlike the other circles where it was just like a flat environment, this has some small elevations to it.
Yeah, like in Kingdom Hearts 1 where you choose the sword, shield.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. Okay, well, he's obviously going to go over to Findus first.
All right. As you go over to her, she is laying there just as beautiful as the day you first met.
I guess, does he remember how he got here?
Roll a history check.
That is a 22. Natural 19, man.
So I will say, so it was a 19 plus 3.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that is well below the DC. You remember being on the water plane. You remember being in the rally. You remember why you signed up to work with this band of nut bars. But outside of that, you have no idea how you got here.
Okay, then he's gonna. Is he? How high up are the pillars of ice that they're laying on?
The Pillars of Ice? They're
like,
not, like, above your size. Like, they are at a level to where you can, like... The slabs maybe come up to, like, your midsection, so the body's resting on them are... Damn it, Rando. Hold on a second. Get that shit off my map.
I'm sorry!
Put that away. I'm trying to tell narrative here. You heathen. Yeah, so... the slabs maybe come up to your midsection so that you can, like, be, you know, at decent level with the recently deceased.
Okay, he's gonna. He's gonna give Finbus a kiss and then walk over to the desk.
All right. As you approach the desk, like I said, it's just kind of filled with scrawled notes, various personal letters addressed to you, as well as some drawings from your children and then from your grandchildren that you've held on to over the years. And there's a few unfinished projects laying across the desk as well. And as you're kind of like looking over that, you hear like a rustling behind you, and you look over and you see Asen has sat up, looks over at you, and he goes, "I see you've lived a long life."
Longer than I was expecting.
More fulfillment than you were expecting as well.
Of course. I am butchering the voice. God, it's been so long. Ah!
Well, I must say, you've turned into quite the capable young man since I first met a scrawny, deep gnome in the Underdark.
And you look less shriveled for a corpse.
Well, don't really know what else to say about that one. For all rights and purposes, I am dead, so...
Yeah, I know. I was there. Who was the third body again?
It was Reed Thorngate.
Right, okay.
And Asen kind of looks over at Reed and goes, "Well, I did not expect Reed to be dead."
Hold on, I gotta go back to...
He was one of the original members of Asen's team who joined you.
Right, okay, that... You have to look. You... Yes, there you are. Okay. I mean, out of all of them, me neither.
It was definitely not the most reckless person I led into battle.
No, but no one expects to die, I guess.
No. That's the sad truth of the matter, is that it will always be sudden, abrupt, and no one's really prepared to say goodbye.
Yeah. If it makes you feel any better, Kava and Matilla are still alive. Last I checked.
Ah, shit. So Kava outlived me.
They did that the moment you died.
Fair enough. Just thought with all of his experiments, he would have been short to go right after me.
I don't know what to say about that one.
Well, he was always a resourceful lizard, I'll give him that.
Yeah. So, I gotta ask. You're dead. I'm alive, I think. I checked my heart. You're still beating.
Yeah, your pulse is still going.
No, I'm alive. So, any idea why you're here?
Sorry, I had to get a drink. I've been doing a lot of talking.
Yeah.
He kind of pauses for a second. And just make a standard intelligence check for me, if you will.
That's a 13.
Okay. I'm just going to check a few things real quick.
Which, by the way, for anyone listening here watching, when he said lizard, this dude's a dragonborn.
Yeah.
Or was a dragonborn, I guess.
No, it is a dragonborn. I just him a scaly boy.
He's apparently dead now, so.
Well, no, he's still alive. Yeah. Sorry, I had to check something real quick. Yeah. I'll say that's good enough, considering that amongst all the people here, you and Trappet have the highest intelligence. While all of this is very tangible and real, you more or less are able to recognize that this is not like, with the high history check you got previously, which, while still fell under the DC, was enough to kind of let you know that something is missing in your memories. With that intelligence check, you realize that this place isn't real. It's not an illusion, but it's definitely not real. And you get a small snippet of a memory from before you went under, of the reflection saying that he didn't think that any of you were worthy. So you can kind of gauge that you're here to prove your worth.
Stupid reflection, think he knows me. Ah, right. I guess you're the messenger then.
I guess so.
Or the jury, judge, whatever you call it.
Well, everybody has their own methods, I guess.
Well then, how shall I prove myself?
He kind of, like, looks over at you and he says, well, you're always a bit of a bright lad. I'm sure you can figure it out. Just keep in mind what we always used to do. Take a look at your surroundings. Take stock of what you see. What do you think it means?
Well, step one, look around. What do I see? I see the corpses of my dead companions. One's talking to me. And I see a desk full of the past. I'm not entirely sure what the ice is for, frankly.
Maybe it's just thematic.
Maybe. What could it mean? He said that each corpse was surrounded by, like, trinkets and stuff, right?
Yes.
Any particular kind of trinkets or just trinkets?
Good question. Make me an investigation check.
That is... investigation? That is... 17.
Okay. Yes, they are very specific types of trinkets. Specifically, everything that is surrounding Finbus is... now, some of them are things that were presented at her funeral. Like I said, flowers and just the normal things of mourning. But a lot of the trinkets that are also around her are things that you have given her. Or that you had given her through your time together. As you look over at Asens, he is surrounded by, again, things that were present at his funeral. Some banners and insignias of Platinum Watch, a few medals and commendations, but other things that are there are things that were relevant to your history together. There is the first crossbow that he taught you to fire. As well, there is some herbs from when he taught you how to forage. A few things like that. And around Reed are kind of the same things. Just commendations and things. But around him are specifically things that you recognize, photos and memorabilia of, like, missions that you ran together with that group, article clippings and things like that of your rise through the ranks until you became the leader of your team, and then commendations from missions that you led them on. And as you look over your desk, you realize that all the projects that are on the desk that aren't finished are things that you started before Finbus died. Some of these projects in the real world you have finished, but here they lay unfinished.
did. Who died first? Rin or Findus? I can't remember. I said that.
Who?
Reed or Findus?
Reed died before Finbus. Of these deaths, Finbus is the most recent.
Okay. That again. That's what you want from me? You want me to let go of the best joy I had in my life. That's a pretty sick thing to want, Reflection.
At this point, you look over and Asen has lied back down, and at this point, Finbus is not on her pedestal. She is standing in front of you. We're not asking you to let go of your memories. We're not asking you to forget the joy, the pain, the love, and the sorrow. We are just asking you to move past the past. Some wounds don't heal, and some things stick with you for a lifetime. They define us. But at some point, you need to move forward. You moved forward when when members of your team began to pass. You came home, retired. You had a life with us. And then when I passed, you tried to throw yourself into work. But work keeps you busy, but it doesn't let you grow. I think it's time to move past the work. Move past the mission. They gesture over to Asen. Asen died. And during your time in Platinum Watch, you hunted their killer. And unfortunately, they have evaded capture, as sometimes these things do. But you've still held on to that. When your team died, you finally left the organization. You came home. You started making progress. And when I died, you threw yourself right back into work. It's time to accept what happened, let go of the past, and work towards building something. We created a wonderful family. And I know they love you and want to spend more time with you. Perhaps when this last mission is over and you help these young boys figure out what it is they're meant to do, you can take some time and figure out what you need to do.
I've already taken a long time. What makes you think I'll figure it out any sooner? Wait.
Because the harder the problem, the better you work. And with no distractions weighing you down, you tend to find a solution really quickly. I think if you quit the little side projects, the searching, the working, and just focus on yourself and the family, you'll be able to solve the problem you're looking for.
He inhales, exhales. This was still a pretty sick way to do it.
And we are sorry. But... And you watch as all the forms fade away. And Finbis shifts and shapes. And before you is the familiar robed figure that greeted you all on the ice elemental plane, with pale alabaster skin and light blue hair and these crystal blue eyes. And they look at you and they go, "We are the reflection. We are the peerless hunter. We see through the eyes of those we track, those we hunt, and we show people who they really are. This means, of course, looking in to their souls. And amongst your team there is quite a great deal of pain. And
My team, or turns to where the other two were. My team.
the group you're with at this time, when we have met you.
The answer to that one was yes.
Indeed. But amongst them, we found that you were the one, well, the second one with the oldest scars.
I mean, come on, how am I supposed to compete with an elf?
They nod, and say, but with that elf, there are very distinct scars that are fresh, consistently renewed, and there are those that have dulled over time and faded away. You are the only one that we find that has old scars that have been consistently opened. It is the burden of a keen mind to doubt one's ability and introspect and reflect. And it gestures to itself, speaking as a reflection of those I come across. The longer you stare at yourself in the mirror, the more flaws you will find. You must learn when to look away, and you must learn when to look within for the good things. There are many flaws that people carry on the outside, and some that are scars on the inside. But within us all there is a chance for hope, a chance for healing, and a chance for happiness. You still have much time left, Linsbor Reyes. We recommend you use it wisely.
Fine. I get what you're saying already.
The reflection smiles and goes, well, we shall leave you to it then.
One last question.
Of course.
What do you see when you look at each other?
Do you mean...
Other reflections.
Ah.
Do you see the same flaws as us?
Of course. I may be a god, but I am far from perfect. We all carry our own flaws, our own scars, and our own cracks. And if I stare at myself too long, I find more than could be counted in 1,000 lifetimes. There are many things I have done I am not proud of, and many things I haven't done that haunt me to this day. But part of reflection is finding peace in that, and working towards a better future. And that is what we try to do.
Fair enough.
Your Merrick Gilder, he will do good things. And he has already done a good thing in warning the races of your time that the Maw is coming. Because disaster is coming. And we hope that you are ready when the time comes.
Aren't I always ready?
You are. And we are proud of this. Now, and it gestures to the far end of your workshop, and there is a door. You are free to leave whenever you wish. If you wish to stay a little while longer, we do not object to this. But whenever you wish to leave, you are free to. And with that, they fade away into the ice beneath you.
When I get home, I'm banning mirrors from the house. I walk out the door.
Just imagine like that is Linsbor's new phobia. Like his daughter's like, look at this wonderful mirror with this nice mahogany edge, and you're like, ah, devil! And you slap it out of her hands.
Just breaking mirrors left and right.
Who cares about 7 years? I don't have that many to spare.
Hey guys, we've been kind of long time lately, so I figured we'd go to the circus. Hey Lensbo, wanna check out this Hall of Mirrors?
Linsbor suddenly learns Fireball. Blows up the whole house of mirrors.
All right. Linsbor, you wake up, and it is daytime. As you look around, there awake already are Cutter, Merrick, and Trappet.
Mm-hmm. And we are... How far are we in painting Avok?
That was finished a while ago. Because since Merrick and Cutter woke up, it has been 8 hours. So you all have 44 hours remaining.
Okay.
Ah, and then there were 2.
How long have you two been up?
A while.
At about 14 hours, 15, 16 for me.
Cutter like looks over at you and he goes, well, we've been up for a while, but
How much time is left?
44 hours. So a little under 2 days.
Walker, I have an important question.
Yes.
Did I get the time to paint the cornrows on Avok's head?
You're halfway through him. Right now, it looks like he has a half-parted cornrow.
Afro.
I'm tempted to leave that.
Well, at least I didn't hit the halfway mark. If you'll excuse me 1 second. I go over and I just shoot an ice once. Still a dick move!
You okay?
There is no response from the vast icy wasteland.
Was not expecting one. So what do you guys... What the hell did you do to Avok?
Having some fun.
It's called art.
Yes, it's art with giving a little bit of decency.
Can I see Avok? Can I actually see Avok's art for a second? I want to check something.
Right, link Avok's typical picture in the group chat, please.
This is going to lead to such terrible things for me.
The fact that you aren't already 2 steps ahead of us shocks me, Red.
Okay, so you gave him a Hawaiian shirt. You're making the cornrows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, except technically speaking, he doesn't have his tattoos right now since he got revived.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
He's
Well,
gonna have
no,
to get those back.
you got some of them reapplied.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Great.
Remember, you tattooed yourself because you're like, hey, magic tattoos.
Yeah. I got like 2 charges left on those, I think.
And where are they?
On my
On his
arms.
I think.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna go give you a tattoo on your back. Well, draw.
You are, unfortunately
Oh,
out of
wait.
charges because the gelatinous cube.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, that was really funny.
Merrick's gonna hold up Avok for Lens Boy.
Not just flip him over.
Oh, good call.
Just make sure his head's on the sideways, that way he can breathe.
Of course. So,
And just angles his head like face down, slowly.
Merrick
Sideways.
fixes
Trap
this.
it.
No one would ever know.
we're not killing our teammates.
I know. I'm just having a little fun.
Actually,
Yeah.
if his life were in danger, would that wake? Nah, best to not test that.
Honestly, with how these trends worked, I'm pretty certain that if we did enough damage, Avok wouldn't even wake up. Same with Mando.
I know it's not up either.
Nope, just the 4 of us.
I stopped drawing.
As you
Avok and
say,
walked over
just
to
the
Rando.
4 of us, you suddenly hear from the back.
5.
As Percy the Bugbear sits up and is like shuddering.
Oh, damn, I was going to shave his head next.
They surrounded me with Baroque architecture. For
Oh my god, I cannot believe that, Percy.
Traffic just
the arches were so disgusting.
Percy.
So, what did you two see in there?
Where did we bring him? Who are you asking? Trapit or
Both of you guys.
Just a very run-down, raggedy little place. Some whiskey.
I saw a place with like basically just filled with my past and the things I missed. You know. Cool.
Let's see.
Now, if you excuse me, I'm gonna draw on Rando.
Yeah, give us some facial hair. He might be able to toughen.
You know what? I'm done over here with Avok. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go draw sideburns on Rando.
Trapit looks at the I'm with stupid shirt that Avok gave him, and just kind of is tempted to draw that on Avok now.
I'm gonna give them both unibrows.
I just want you all to know that a fucking storm is on its way.
Oh,
I'm not mad. I'm just
Oh, wait.
disappointed.
Walker, has Aura woken up yet?
Yeah.
Damn it! I can't even draw one first.
Aura's been up. Like, eagle nightmares are like nothing.
So what did you see?
It just looks at you.
It can talk.
All right. Keep forgetting that it has.
Yeah, it has a helm of tongues.
It kind of like taps the helm so it will like activate, and it just goes. I was in a field. There were no prey. It was terrible.
Oh, that must have sucked. I saw your dead head.
That is disturbing.
Yeah. I saw Frennis there too. She got up and talked to me. It was really, really creepy.
That is disturbing.
Yep. Oh, well, back to drawing on random.
All right.
And here's where we put the deck.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll another dice to
did.
find out between Avok and Rando who's next. Okay. Avok. It comes
boy.
back to you. As I move that token.
Okay.
Alright, one thing first real quick that I'm going to have to do.
Yeah. But before...
Hold on, I'm going to unlink this token real quick just because it... For whatever reason, it's sharing your HP.
It is. But
There we go.
I'm not sure if Avok's going to go through with what was going on before.
Okay. What will Avok do?
First, I'd actually like to take a look at the bodies.
Okay.
Okay, that's investigation check, you said?
Yes, it is.
21.
Okay. Maybe 25% of the bodies here that you can see within range are wearing some form of insignia that you have seen on Eclipse agents before. But the other 75% in your immediate investigation area are not. Some wear Platinum Watch outfits. Some are wearing badges you've seen on various thieves guilds. Some are even wearing insignias of like nobles and royal guard of like kingdoms that you've visited before when you were traveling with Rita.
And you said they're all Eclipse.
I did.
Why are you here? Why are we here together?
Don't know, don't care.
I mean, past and future don't just meet by coincidence.
Don't they, though?
You said you don't remember this.
No. But I do remember other things. When do you plan on... Well... And he leans in and whispers something into your ear, which I'm going to message you directly.
I'm sorry, you cut out for me, what?
He whispers something in your ear that I'm going to message you directly.
Okay.
And he leans back, waiting for your answer.
double check with you, Walker. Did I already talk about this with? Because I honestly can't remember what this is. I thought I already revealed this to the party. I take shit notes. Fuck.
You take good notes. There's just a lot.
Yeah, there was a lot in that. I'm just going.
You got
I'm sorry,
hit with probably the heaviest thing right out of the gate, so you're scabbering at the moment.
well, I'm just going to message you right quick.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure I get the information right. Because no lie, that's like all I remember from that meeting.
And that's the stuff I sent you that you haven't shared.
Shit. Okay. I was going to tell them when we got back to the material plane. But I can tell them sooner. No. I think I'm going to have to tell them after this. We're still in the rally right now.
Well, it's not much longer before everything goes to shit.
The tower in the airplane. What is it? It feels as though this ride is a distraction to just get us away from that tower. They're trying to free Kivu, and that's where he is.
The answer to that is simple. It's the world's oldest prison. Outside of, carcery. But, only holds one prisoner at a time. And right now, Kivu's in there.
What happens if they free him?
Whole lot of pain, misery, and suffering are going to go a lot of different people's ways.
So we fail. We don't stop him from being freed.
That is correct. Don't get me wrong, in my time we tried. But, you don't succeed.
Damn it. And I'm supposed to become this?
All paths lead one way.
Fine.
So you accept it?
I accept that it's in my future, but I wouldn't be me if I wasn't stubborn. I'm still gonna do all I can to protect her. All of them. I'm not gonna give up.
I'm not telling you to, but I will tell you this. If you don't hold on to your hatred, your real deep-seated hatred, you're gonna lose everything. You need to remember what they did. Hate them for what they did.
I do hate them. I'm so tired of hate. I just want to let it go.
He grabs you by, like, your... I guess you don't really have scruff. He grabs you by as much muscle as he can get his hands on.
He grabs you by that indent in the collarbone.
Yeah, and he just pulls you forward.
It doesn't end that way. It never ends that way. You don't get to let it go. It's who we are. Just accept it.
No. Merrick has shown me, Merrick and Rando have both shown me that giving into anger just poisons you.
They're both deluded. Doesn't poison you. Gives you the strength. Strength to be stubborn. Strength to defy the odds. Strength to shrug off anything that they throw at you. Hate is what pushes you forward when you've got nothing left.
There's them.
And how long do they stick around? I've already told you what's waiting for you. You really want to wait for them to twist the knife in your back? Or walk away? Leave the cause for morals and principle?
That's not gonna happen.
It will happen! You just don't see it yet, but you will. When it does, it'll be too late.
You're trying to tell me something. You're trying to tell me to give in to anger. Is that it? Is that what you want?
I want you to accept what's a part of us. I want you to realize that it's never going away.
I just hold up the shackles that surround our arms.
Well, just around yours. He's not wearing
Oh, yeah, that's right. Why do you think I still have these? I know it's never going away. The scars are gone from the body, but they're not gone from our soul. We will always be scarred by what happened and what will happen. I'm not denying that there's anger. I'm just... I don't have to rely on it alone. I will. I probably will get angry. I'll probably use it. but I won't lose my mind to it. I can't let myself do that.
So that's your final answer.
I don't know. It's one I got right now.
Well then.
And he picks you up
Enjoy the fall.
and throws you out into the abyss, and you begin to fall. You are not sure how long you fall for. It becomes to the point where you fall past any visible light. And as you keep falling deeper and deeper into this blackened abyss, you keep anticipating and waiting for the ground to come, but it never does. And after a while, the anxiety just turns to serenity, to acceptance. And then you wake up. Looking around, the people that are currently awake are Percy, Cutter, Aura, Linsbor, Merrick, and Trappit. As you kind of sit up, you just like take a look around, take stock of things, look down, really glad you're not at what the hell is on your chest.
Welcome back, Avok.
I'm gonna go off on a limb and say trap it.
Kind of a team effort there, Avok.
So, you do realize that you're getting the short end of this too, right?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get pranked back hard, I imagine.
Yeah, it's not gonna be fun.
Welcome back, Avok. What you seeing there?
Nothing I liked. Where's the reflection?
You look around, and everyone, for the most part, like, have teams that are stirring. No one's team has fully woken up yet. But for the first time since you all have been here, the reflection, kind of like rises up out of the pedestal in the middle where you all had gathered originally. And he just kind of looks around and surveys all the teams, just like checking and seeing how everyone is doing.
That's reflection?
Sorry, I haven't moved you back onto the map. Like, he's not on the map, but he is, like, there. Like, he is on the pedestal that you all had originally gathered at when you arrived on the ice elemental plane.
I walk up to him.
He looks over at you. Yes.
Was that real? Or was it an illusion? Something you did?
There are no illusions here. The only thing that is revealed is the truth.
I look at my hand. I never let go of the ring at any point in that.
Yeah.
Do I still have it?
Not there.
Okay.
Can we hear him talking about the?
I mean, if y'all decide to walk up with Avok, that's your prerogative. But for the most part, Avok, like, went off on his own.
Yeah, I just asked if it was real. How'd you do that?
He looks at you and he goes, I wouldn't be able to explain it to you if I could. It is who I am.
Was that for me, or was that for him?
You seem confused. I will clarify with you. Time is not my domain. My domain is dreams and introspection. I am the reflection. I am a mirror by which you view yourselves, by which your greatest insecurities, fears, and even deep-seated emotions can be laid bare.
So that wasn't a dream of what would be, but only of things that could be.
It is a dream that showed you some of your fears and some of the things that you think could be. It is a reflection of the deepest thing you hold to yourself, Master Korik, and something that will inevitably weigh you down.
Right. Okay. Well, your brothers say hi.
He just nods at that. Doesn't seem to show any other recognition.
Also, about the Ma. Any idea how to, handle that? Just while I got you.
I cannot influence your decision.
No, you can't. Probably should have. Yeah.
Unfortunately, as the reflection, I must remain neutral in these endeavors.
Yeah. Well, suppose that could have been worse. I look back to Rando and just sort of sit down next to him. Come on, kid, you got this. You're the one that's not going to receive hell for this fucking shit.
Oh, I missed the shirt reaction.
Oh, 1 second.
Does anyone else want to talk to the reflection while you've got him?
Sorry, my computer was acting
anyone
up.
else what?
What did Avox say about the shirt?
Avok just went and looked at Merrick and just went, I assume trap it. Then Merrick confessed to having a part in it, and he was like, ah. So you do realize that I have to get that both you and him have to also pay hell. So basically, Avok's now plotting.
Yeah, Avok's reaction was very neutral, and then he was like, okay, prank war. And Merrick accepted those terms.
Yeah, how could you two play a prank on your good friend? Shit, that's a natural 1 on deception. Shit!
I was about to say, it only take a word from Merrick to get the Lensbore roped into this shit.
Yep.
B.O.B.
All right. Again, does anyone else want to approach the reflection while you have a chance?
I don't know. I want to. I just don't know what to ask him.
It wouldn't be couth for me to shoot him in the face now. So.
That's the
If
problem.
if you don't know what to ask him, then I will probably move on with Rando.
Go ahead.
All right. It's Rando
He,
time.
he needs to freaking finish already!
Chill. We're in the ice plane. Use some of this chill, my dude.
No problem. No problem.
Rando.
Shit, dude. Yes.
You are standing face to face with a man whose memories you have shared a brief glimpse into. A man by the name of Win Sylvanus Melodon. What are you going to do?
When. I feel really dumb. What's my mom's last name?
Her last name is Meladan, and she gave you the middle name Win.
And she gave what?
When you met your mom, she said,
Mhm.
"You don't have a middle name, do you?" You said no, and she's like, "Cool. Your middle name is Win."
Yep. Ha. So. Hi, I'm Rando.
I'm aware.
I just want to clarify. So I know there's relation here. I just want to make sure what's the relation exactly.
I am your mother's brother.
Uncle, cool. So where exactly am I?
Well, from the looks of it, you are in the reflecting pools. Fun little trick of Primordial.
Cool. How do I get out?
That's the harder part. So, traditionally, it's a dreamscape that he puts you in so that you can learn some big lesson about yourself, introspection, and all that. Tends to take a lot of time, so he tends to give you a 3-day limit, 72 hours.
Uh-huh. Oh, this is gonna... Okay. I'm just trying to think how, like, the best way I can get out of here, so... How did, I'm assuming you're dead? Because, although a lot of these people I'm assuming aren't dead, Oh, this is so confusing. Because, I mean, last I checked, these guys weren't dead. Like, my teammates
So I
weren't
can
dead,
see
but...
that you didn't get your mother's problem solving.
Nope. Hi, I've been in, like, the woods for, like, 50 years. I think.
Well, that's not all true, but
Yeah. There's bits and pieces that are missing. Apparently I was in the Feywilds?
that sounds about right.
So out of curiosity, where were you exactly when, you know,
Gonna have to be a little bit more specific.
when my mom left me?
Oh. That is a complicated question.
Well, from what you say, I got 3 days, right?
Probably a lot less than that at this point. Been in here a while.
Hmm. All right, we'll make it fast then, I guess, because is it basically seeing the fact that there's graves here? Is it like everyone that I come close to, I hurt? Do I need to figure out how to like be a better teammate?
I can't answer these things for you, Rando. That's not really the way this works. All I can say is, in my experience, you can rush into decisions, and some people do get hurt, but it's not your fault that that happens. You just, I mean, you can't predict everything. You just gotta roll with the punches sometimes.
Well, I mean, yeah, like literally everything I've done to protect my teammates, my family, because fun fact, pretty much they're the closest things I've had to a family, and surprise, my family's still alive.
He hops up and actually sits on top of the headstone for his grave. And he looks over at you and he goes, okay, again, I cannot do the introspection for you, but I will do my best to help you out. So the first question you need to ask yourself is, why a graveyard? Normally, like I said, these things are about introspection. So why do you think your dreamscape is full of graves?
Well, one thought that popped in my head was I'm definitely gonna probably outlive everybody, or I'm gonna be the death of them. It's one or the other.
Good start, good start.
Or I'm just straight up a danger to everybody else. That's definitely possible.
I mean, everyone's dangerous to someone. Second thing I'll do just to try and help you out. You're a member of the Circle of Twilight, right?
Yeah. I should be used to death. I get that.
Exactly. Why does this make you so uncomfortable?
Because I hate being alone. I've been alone for so long. It sucks. But I really want to be like surrounded in life and friends. And honestly, being here definitely brought back some memories and not fun. Because I've constantly walked a path of death and destruction.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but those that tread the path to power or the path to immortality, or even sometimes the path to greed, longevity, happiness. There's a lot of paths that just lead to fucking over everyone else. Let me just put it that way. So there's not one good answer. I guess the best I can say is if you're serious about helping people, stick to that. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to hurt some people along the way. That's just par for the course of being alive. And if you're serious about shooting for that goal of longevity or immortality or whatever, master of the elements and keeper of truths, he kind of like makes like air quotes as he's doing that, then just make sure that attaining power doesn't mean you fall headlong into it. Use it to help people. Put it to the benefit of others before yourself.
But isn't that what I've been doing? I thought that
Then
everything
what
I've
are you
done.
afraid of? If that's what you've been doing, stay the course.
You really want to know what I'm afraid of?
I mean, I think I already know, but hit me with it.
I'm afraid of making that mistake I did. Yes, I understand. It's going to be a constant fear that's always in the back of my head nagging at me, but I'm always afraid that my actions are going to get people close to me killed. It's kind of happened twice now, and that's not fun. And one more time, and I'm gonna start thinking that it's me, it's my fault. And even though most of it I do think is.
Well, then
I'm afraid that I'm going to become too powerful that I can't control my own power.
well, I don't have all the answers, and I don't know what I would be able to even say to convince you, so I'll just... Your mom never really had those concerns nor problems, but she did have some of her own, so I'll just say... I guess I'll just tell you the same thing I told her a while back. You can't always predict what will happen. You can't always control the way life is going to work. But the best thing you can do, if you have to handle life and death, is just make sure that you preserve more life than you take and help bring more life into the world than is being taken from it. And I'm not saying go out there and start like some kind of crazy sex cult like some people.
I was thinking about pulling my dad, pull a trap in.
But
Terrible idea.
Just protect and foster the people you can. And don't go about fearing your power or expecting things to fail. Just do what you can to keep the balance. Find a healthy medium and walk that line.
That's kind of what I promised Shadowin I'd do. Keep balance.
Sounds like good advice to me. Now I'll leave you with a piece of advice that a really wise and formerly cantankerous old druid who liked to get a little too excited on raspberry wine told me. The lines between hope and fear converge at many points. You can never let hope blind you to the possibilities and realities, and you can't let fear dictate your actions. You gotta hope that things will turn out all right, and not fear that they will fail.
Was that Port Bellows?
I mean, do you know any other cantankerous old men who like to get a little too drunk on raspberry wine?
Sorry, it's just, I haven't thought about, really heard about anything about him in a good 30 years. It's a nice change.
Well, I mean, I got nothing else going on. I'm dead.
Uncle Win,
Hmm.
where are you buried so that I can visit you?
And he kind of like scratches his head. Buried. That's
Where's your body so I can find you?
And he kind of like looks down at the ground and he goes, let's just say there's nothing really left to find.
Well, hopefully you can pass into the, hopefully you can pass on then.
Maybe soon. Job's not done yet. But we'll see, though. And he hops off the gravestone. Well, I do believe that is enough wallowing and introspection for one day. And I am glad you kept this conversation going on as long as you did. 'Cause, sorry for the deception, fun little thing about reflecting pools. They're not really meant to be shared by two people. And as he says that, you watch as the ground beneath you begins to crack.
Wait, what?
See, funny thing about reflecting pools, it's only really meant for one passenger at a time. Solo ride. So, get two people in there, conversing and reflecting on their mistakes and their failures. Well, just say sensory output. It's not a friend.
When? What did you do?
I didn't do anything. We broke the dream. I'll see you on the other side, kid.
Wait, who are the other graves?
As he says this, the ice beneath you begins to crack and splinter more. And he goes, "Not really your concern right now. Oh, by the way, don't hit the ground." And then the ice shatters and you begin to free fall into darkness.
Well, shit.
When you walk away.
And as you continue to fall further and further into the vast nothingness, you see wind for a period of time, and then as you fall further and further, you both drift further away into the darkness until you can no longer make out his form. And then as you fall, expecting to feel the ground, you feel nothing as you fall endlessly until a kind of serenity comes over you, and you wake up back on the ice plane.
Welcome back, Rando.
Ah!
Rando's been 5 years, we gotta go. I knew you could do it, kid.
Oh,
And
hi.
Cutter looks down at his watch. 18 hours to spare. Good job, kid.
By this time, has Avon cleaned off the graffiti?
I will say most of it. Some of it was done in some permanent inks.
I imagine that's Trabbit's doing.
Merrick would have not allowed the permanent eggs.
Well, that's why I say Trabbit probably did that part.
I mean, you weren't there when I was doing cornrows.
I mean, or Cutter.
That's true.
No one kept an eye on the dwarf.
But
Always
Avon
watch out
doesn't
for your
think
dwarves.
Avon doesn't think Cutter was involved. All he knows is Merrick and
And Cutter is not owning to that fact ever.
Oh, absolutely. Cutter's getting away with this.
Ewok is like the size of 3 cutters.
Yeah, he is. That dwarf had a stepladder involved.
Well, you were lying down on the ice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Never mind.
As you all begin to look around, a good majority of the Orochi hunters are awake, but there are many of their team that is still asleep. As you additionally look over towards the Soon Risen, about 90% of their group is awake. The rest are still sleeping.
How about the CCR?
Stone, Lucky, Tim, and Aaron are awake. Jersh
is awake and looking more well rested than the rest of them. And the only person still asleep is their goblin known as Steve.
Should we get a head start? Did anyone else head off already?
I was about to ask about that.
Uh,
Walker, if I remember correctly, we're allowed to leave once we wake up. Is that correct?
Yes,
or
when all
no?
your members wake up, you're allowed to leave.
Right. Cutter, how fast can we get the ship going?
Oh, I've just been waiting on you guys. I've had the engines warmed and ready. I just haven't, primed any of the other systems.
Good. Anything anyone else wants to handle before we head out?
I need to talk to everybody, but that can be done on the ship.
That's kind of what I need to say to Rando.
On the
Make
ship,
it
then.
fast. What I gotta talk about is kind of important.
Then, if yours is important, we'll start with you on the ship.
Hey,
Trap it and Rando
okay,
can help
leave
though.
the boy. And
Yeah.
I'll talk about it.
If you want to handle that first, then we should just be on the ship anyway and just blast off.
No, I'll let Eva go first.
Okay.
As you all are talking, the Queen of Thieves walks over to you, Merrick.
Hand immediately on my coin purse.
Aw, that's cute. You remember me.
You left an impression. And I sort of,
My choice.
I lop over her token.
She grabs it and just looks at you and she goes, "Oh, well, you could have kept that. I have no need for it."
Yeah, well, now we're gonna get a lot of knowledge out of that. That's what I'll frame you, and that's not my style.
I mean, you could frame me, but no one's gonna catch me.
Have fun with that, then. Something you need?
Oh, just wanted to let you know that my team is about to head out. We've been awake for a good couple of hours, but I kind of owe Aaron a favor, so I was told to wait around until all of you were awake.
What team does she work for again?
She works for the team Coin Trick.
Coin check, right? The pink one.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Why did Aaron ask for you to wait for us?
Well, he... Do you want his words or my translation?
His words are more entertaining.
She flips open a note and she goes, "Sorry, we had to actually formalize the contract. He's tried to fuck me on a few things before." Leaving out the clause about pudding. Subclause about owing him 3.5 of a Goliath. That's not... He's an ass.
Evok looks concerned.
Right, here we go.
Okay.
Rin, as per our contract of you totally owing me for that one time I let you live, and that other time when I resurrected you after you were killed by a red dragon. Long story. Right. Without me and my dazzling leadership, the Platinum Wardens are absolutely doomed to fail.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay.
If the other teams are able to wake up first and get their way, the Platinum Wardens will most certainly lose, because again, without me to inspire them, how will they ever succeed? He goes on to this for about 3 pages. Let's just skip ahead. Here we go. As you are a very capable rogue, and additionally, I believe you have some competency in bodyguarding. That is entirely true, but I really wish he would actually remember that I served as a guard for a while. Never mind. I leave them in your capable hands in the instance that my team does not wake up first and totally crush it in the race. Then he actually writes in his own laugh and says, "See you at the finish line, suckas. Signed, your ever faithful and lovable King of the Dance, Aaron Melianadel. P.S. I stole your coin purse." Oh, son of a bitch!
I'm baffled by his humility, frankly.
Truly.
Yeah, he's
She-
usually a lot worse.
She is
Inspiring.
absolutely not listening to you because she is actually checking her pockets for her coin purse.
I mean, I think he's... he's awake. Damn. Oh well.
She folds up the contract and goes, so yeah, I was here to protect you. Have fun. Aaron! And she storms over to his vehicle. And he quickly hides behind stone.
But Goliath can't save you forever.
Not from the Queen of Thieves. Anyway,
Okay.
let's get a move on, team.
Yeah. So back in the Earth plane, I think it was, I was visited by a messenger of the Traveler.
Oh.
Yeah. And he was from the future?
Yeah, he does that sometimes.
Okay, I'm not used to this. This is your territory talking to God. I'm not good at it.
Trust me, neither am I. Gods are weird.
Yeah. He knew things about us. Like, I tried to figure out if we stopped the eclipse, but, you know, he... Timelines.
Fun.
Why is it
Yeah.
that when you said that, I just imagined the guy from the History Channel with his hands apart?
The guy from what?
Like the History Channel meme where the guy's like aliens, but
aliens.
I just imagined him going, timelines.
I imagine Avok did it with jazz hands. Timeline. But I could ask him anything. That's when I found out about Z being a part of Eclipse, about everyone else we know about, and that Altus and Janice are clear. I also, yeah, I got a few names and locations of a few relics that we might be able to use.
Relics, as in the super powerful items that the leaders of Platinum Watch have.
Oh yeah, funny story. I asked one about that could be a good fit for you, Merrick. Apparently, a good one actually Gareth has that could suit you. Cool. So all we gotta do is just either get him to surrender or beat him, and maybe you can have it. Probably not, though.
I'm assuming that's not going to go as planned, but
I know.
Question.
Yes.
Did you ask future you who was all part of Eclipse that he found out?
Avok didn't mention future him. He asked.
He didn't. He
Oh,
asked
fuck.
another guy from the future.
It's fine.
We'll just-
His name was Hulk.
What what I said?
His name. He was a blue tiefling. His name was Harlequin. So if any of you guys see that guy, tell him Avok says hi.
I know has a small nosebleed as he sees through timelines.
I don't know the relics off the top of my head, and I'm having trouble finding my notes. So I'll list that guys to you guys in the notes later. But for the sake of brevity,
I can help you with that.
Did you ask
tomorrow
anyone
as
else
well.
outside of me?
Wait, what was that, Walker?
I can help you with that tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, so I would say Avok gives a short list of what he knows.
And just did for like American and the rest of the team too, like just
Yeah, but I believe I asked specifically about Rando and Merrick.
And
Only
I
two
will
of
list
us.
those in the chat tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is there anything else
But,
the party wants to discuss?
Before I Like we all get set up to leave. I kind of want to take a moment with Rando, if possible.
Okay. 1 second. Also, I apologies, Red. I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you gonna say next?
Zach, you're muted.
I said Red. I thought Red.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm like,
that was all I had. I believed I was. That's all I had to talk about, right? That we messaged each other about. That it was the relics and that. Alex is going to turn to Merrick. All right, you are officially our diplomat when it comes to godly relations. I don't want none of it.
Sure. Next time a messenger from a god comes your way, send them my way. I
was like, nope, you gotta go through Merrick.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. No, I appreciate
People
it.
call my people.
Exactly. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get business cards, and if a god tries to talk to us, you just hand them the business cards. It's like, you need to talk to this guy.
Yeah, you need to speak to my lawyer.
Exactly. See, Linford gets it.
Okay. In the meantime, Avok, man of cannon, I'm going to talk to Cutter about getting the ship moving. Trevor and Rando, have your moment somewhere on deck. Just as long as the ship's moving, I don't care where you have it.
Go into a cannon.
All right. Rando and Trap It. Feel free to have your moment.
Well, it's not that big of a moment, but it was. Anyway. Rando, I sort of saw someone in my vision. I didn't tell the others about.
cool. Same.
Your grandfather says hello.
Oh yeah. Cool. How does he know about me?
I think he's beyond the veil, shall we say. It is disappointing, unfortunately.
Uncle Win says hi, I guess?
Interesting.
By the way, Trap It, when he says that, you have no idea who that person is.
That's what I was. Okay, I was kind of worried about that in my mind. Alright. Never heard of him.
My sister, excuse me, my mom's brother.
Oh, Walker, when you were doing Rando's backstory with him, didn't you mention that she had a brother?
I mentioned it to no one.
I thought you did to Rando. Okay.
Nope.
Maybe I assumed it. I don't know.
Rando don't know shit, remember?
Okay. I'm afraid I don't know anyone by that name.
Oh, well, my mom, when she gave me the middle name, well, she said Win, and this guy was Win.
Walker, can I make a... I mean, because me, the player, I kind of got an idea, but can I make, like, a roll? Because you mentioned in the past that Trap It feels like he knew Shadowwind before.
You can make a history check.
Alright. Because, like, it erases the memory of the person, but I have flashes of, like, hey, I think I know this guy from somewhere. Even though I know I don't know him at the same time. That is a 21.
When you think back to all the times you were with Brianna, there are solid gaps in your memory between times you were spending with her, and in other times you were spending with her, a lot of people's faces you just cannot remember. Like, as if people have been erased from the setting. Because you're familiar with the tavern environment, and in a lot of the memories you have with Brianna, the tavern was pretty empty, and you know for a fact that not many tavern brothels have that low of a customer base, even in small towns.
Okay. But it would not be safe for me to assume what I'm trying to assume in character?
I think I'm picking up what you're laying down.
Yeah, it's not that me, the player, has, but I'm like, I feel like Trap It would take the guess, but
Trap It
Holy shit! I just thought of
is,
something. I think I put it together.
I'll say that you can attempt the guess, but Trap It, there are a lot of holes in your memory of just, like, the situation. But feel free.
Am I allowed to say aloud as Trap It, like, what I think it is?
You can go for it.
I mean, I'm gonna message you what I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure you know what I'm thinking, but
I think I know what you're thinking.
I think I know what everyone's thinking at this point.
I think he may be your friend you call on. A bit of a hunch, since I don't remember anything about him, and feel like there's someone missing from memories. And Shadowin once said that I knew him from another life. Maybe you're carrying on a bit more of your mother's side of tradition as well, then.
What my mother's side? What's the tradition?
Bad decisions and deals. Rings and all that.
I'm gonna roll insight just to see, because in game I know what's going on, but you know.
Trap is trying to get Rando to come to the conclusion on his own.
Yeah. 24? I think I. Are you saying that Shadowinds might be my uncle?
That could explain why I don't remember him.
I mean, you've rolled insight, but you can also just
Ask Shadowin.
yeah.
But I don't think that he even knows the answer. There's only one way to find out. Okay.
Go for it, Baconator.
Bacon. Oh no.
Roll me a d8.
Oh no. 4.
You take 4 points of psychic damage as you call forth Shadowin this time. Similar to when you uncovered the memories about Alexander, a wave of memories come over you in a flood, and they are fractured, disjointed, warped. They are there, but they're not complete, and they're not in any order that would propose a chronology. But the one memory that stands out, as Shadowin begins to materialize before you, begins to resonate in your head as your specter takes form. It is a memory clear as day. And you wouldn't even need to see this memory to recognize the place that it takes. You see a figure in the Fey court. The 6 heads of the court are assembled at this long table. And standing at the other end is a very familiar elven man. And he is seated with his feet kicked up on the table. He looks at me and goes, "All right. Well, I've reviewed your offers, and quite frankly, they're all very intriguing. They're good deals. But I gotta say, Nephion, you've really, really intrigued me with the whole promise of fame thing. I mean, that'll really help out in raking in gold, helping out my sister. not super fond of the drawbacks here, but the ability to control my own keeper, that's pretty cool. I do like that. And you watch as this familiar, long, tall, Nosferatu-looking motherfucker leans over the table and goes,
It is a very simple deal. All you must do is sign.
alright, seems easy enough.
No, not with your pens. They could be tainted by the material plane. We all have our own. Let me provide you mine.
No.
And he produces this long, slender ivory pen with a raven's feather on it, and he goes, not gonna lie, really creepy looking pen. I would honestly prefer Oberon's, but I am taking your deal, so it seems only fair. And he signs this contract, and as he does, you watch as it curls up and shifts into a purple ring with black bands that he then slips on over his finger, and you watch as a familiar shadowy figure begins to take form beside him, and he holds up his hand, and you watch as arcane energy begins to crackle between his fingers, and he goes, that's pretty fucking cool. And he goes,
well, now that the pact is signed, I hope you appreciate your new arcane gifts. Welcome to the service of the Fey Court. Win.
And as the memory fades, you now see Shadowwind before you, and his spectral maw opens once more. The little white light contained within him shines through this shadowy visage, and he just speaks to you. And that's where we're ending tonight's session.
No!
Hold up! I was AFK for a moment. There is Shadowwind is on.
No!
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I have been your ever-present Dungeon Master, Walkman EXE. It is my privilege, once again, to run this game for everybody. Thank you all for joining me. As always, my ever-present role players, wonderful, amazing, talented people. Amongst us, we have the Hawk Abridged, Red Beast 13 and Storm Sage 13, the twins,
Hey!
Vexitol 24,
Yay!
and I'm certainly sitting there with a face of stupefied splendor on his face, Zodiac Zack 19.
It's distraught!
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It has been my pleasure. I hope you all will see us again in the next video. Bye-bye!
Bye.
Bye.